Why did people across the continent look into a winter sky, see riders passing through the clouds, and decide they were watching the dead? Frost gathers along the edge of a shuttered window, while somewhere beyond the walls, a horse screams in the dark, though no hoofbeats sound on the frozen road below. Dogs press themselves against kitchen doors, candles gutter without wind, and old men remember stories they were told when they were children, stories of armored figures crossing the heavens before war, plague, or sudden death. The wild hunt belongs to that uneasy border where folklore becomes history and history learns to wear a mask. This is every member of the wild hunt explained, told slowly enough that you can settle into the lore, and if sleep finds you before the riders disappear, let it take you there gently. If you have been returning night after night, leave the number of your night below. If you are new, call this night one. The first thing to understand is that the wild hunt is not one simple thing in every Witcher continuity, and the oldest version must come first. In Andrzej Sapkowski's books, the spectral cavalcade feared by humans is tied to the Aen-El, the elves of another world, and to their mounted force known as the Red Riders, the Diarg Ruidri. Around Skellige, people know the apparition by another name, the Wraiths of Murhog, preserving the language of sailors and islanders who do not need philosophical certainty to fear what passes over them in the clouds. The books allow that fear to remain supernatural for a long time because that is how the people of the continent experience it, from below, at a distance, without explanation. Yet behind the legend stands something more organized than a procession of ghosts. There are commanders, soldiers, political interests, and a purpose that has very little to do with haunting the dead. So the first mystery is simple. If these riders are elves, why does nearly everyone who sees them remember ghosts? In the world of The Witcher, false legends are rarely useless accidents. They often grow around a fragment of truth that people cannot properly name. The hunt appears across the sky, does not obey ordinary roads, and arrives from somewhere human witnesses cannot follow, so the language of the dead becomes the easiest language available. A peasant in Temeria does not know Tir Nalia, dimensional travel, or the difference between the Ensedi, living on the continent, and the Aen-El beyond it. He sees bone-like armor, unnatural movement, pale light, and riders where riders should not be. By dawn, the explanation has already become folklore, because folklore travels farther than military intelligence ever could. That distinction matters because the wild hunt's reputation is part of its power before we reach a single named rider. Sapkowski's world repeatedly shows that fear changes human behavior long before violence begins, whether the fear concerns witchers, elves, curses, plague, or monsters in the woods. A thing believed to be supernatural does not need to be counted accurately, and it does not need supply lines, politics, or ordinary weaknesses in the imagination of those hiding from it. Notice what the legend therefore accomplishes. It removes the riders from the category of enemy and places them in the category of omen. You can resist an army, at least in theory. An omen feels like something that has already happened to you. The books gradually pull the curtain back through Ciri, because she reaches places where the frightened witnesses of the continent never could. In The Lady of the Lake, she enters the world of the Aen-El and encounters the civilization behind the myth, including Tir Nalia and the political orders surrounding King Oberon Mirshatak. There, the Wild Hunt is no longer a smear of terror against the clouds. Eridan Brayak Glass exists as a real person, a general commanding the Red Riders. The change in perspective is one of Sapkowski's quietest reversals. From a field in the north, the hunt looks like death itself. From inside the NL world, it begins to look like policy. The Red Riders are not wandering spirits without purpose because the NL use them in raids across worlds. Humans taken in those raids can be carried back into NL society as servants and slaves, which gives the hunt a function far colder than the superstition surrounding it. A ghost story can be frightening, but it is also strangely impersonal. Ghosts haunt, because that is what ghosts do. Soldiers cross worlds because someone sends them. Once you understand that distinction, the Wild Hunt becomes less mystical and more disturbing because intention replaces inevitability. Something chooses where the riders go. This is also where the question of membership becomes more complicated than a list of famous names. Most riders are never given personal histories, and many are not named at all, especially in the books. The hunt is first encountered as a collective presence, which is fitting for a force whose identity overwhelms the identities of the individuals inside it. Eridan stands out because command requires a face, but the riders behind him remain a moving wall of armor, rumor, and obedience. Their anonymity is not a failure of the lore. It tells you what kind of institution you are looking at. The machine remembers its general more easily than it remembers the men in the ranks. The games take that structure and make it far more explicit, but they do so in a continuation that must be kept separate from Sapkowski's novels. In CD Projekt Red's game continuity, especially The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt, the riders become a directly confrontable military force with recognizable armor, navigators, portals, commanders, frost, and creatures such as the hounds of the Wild Hunt. The visual language becomes heavier and more literal. Antlered helmets, skeletal contours, black metal, blue-white cold, warriors, appearing through ruptures in space. What frightened villagers once described as death riding through heaven can now stand on the same ground as Geralt and swing a weapon at him. Yet the games preserve the essential revelation from the books. Beneath the supernatural image are living agents serving NL aims. The hounds deepen that image without changing its foundation. In The Witcher 3, these spectral-looking beasts accompany the hunt and emerge around the same frozen breaches through which the riders appear, turning an arrival into something that feels almost like a moving climate of violence. Ice creeps across surfaces, visibility narrows, and the landscape itself seems to become hostile before a commander has even spoken. It is tempting to interpret this only as visual spectacle, but within the story it strengthens the old deception beautifully. Anyone who survived such an encounter and lacked Geralt's knowledge would not return home describing elves. They would return home describing the end of the world. Yet even in the games, the hunt's mobility is not limitless. Their crossing between worlds depends on specialized magical ability and on navigators, a fact that becomes enormously important once Caranther enters the story much later. This limitation is the first crack in the image of omnipotence. The riders seem to come from anywhere, but they cannot simply go everywhere without cost or assistance. That gap between appearance and capability is exactly where Ciri's elder blood begins to matter, though her full importance belongs farther ahead. For now, it is enough to know that the force people fear as unstoppable is already searching for ways to become more mobile than it truly is. This gives the legend a second function beyond terror. If your enemy does not know the boundaries of your power, you gain strength from every boundary he imagines you do not have. The hunt does not need every peasant, sailor, or soldier to understand NL history. Ignorance serves them perfectly well. What matters is that the riders arrive from impossible places and vanish before an ordinary army can make sense of the attack. Historically, raiding forces have always benefited from speed and uncertainty, but the Red Riders elevate both qualities through movement between worlds. A raid becomes myth when the victims cannot explain the road the raiders used. There is another reason the ghost image endures, and it has less to do with magic than with distance. The NL do not share the daily human world of Redania, Temeria, Sintra, or Skellige, so witnesses never see the ordinary hours that would make them seem mortal. No one on the continent sees a Red Rider remove his armor to eat, argue with a superior, tend a wounded horse, or sleep beside a campfire. They see only arrival and disappearance. Remove everything mundane from a soldier's life and leave only the moment he comes for you, and he stops looking like a soldier at all. He becomes an idea wearing armor. That is why the Wild Hunt should not be approached as a parade of villains waiting to be named one after another. Before Eredin, Imlerith, Caranthir, Nithral, or Gels mean anything, you have to understand the identity that swallows them. The Hunt is a military institution disguised by distance, magic, and human terror as a supernatural event. Each named member will reveal a different mechanism inside that institution, and some will complicate the word member itself. A king can stand above it, a sage can shape its future without riding with it, and in the games, even Geralt can become entangled with it without belonging to its cause. The list only becomes meaningful once you stop asking which ghost wears which helmet and begin asking what role each person performs. And at the center of that organization stands the first face the books truly allow us to see. Eredin Break Glass is not introduced as a corpse, demon, or mindless servant of prophecy, but as a general in the service of an elven king. He commands the Red Riders before the games ever place a crown upon him, and he meets Ciri in a world where humans are no longer the dominant people telling the story. That shift changes everything, because the Hunt's commander can finally speak, bargain, threaten, calculate, and reveal what the riders actually want. Once Eredin steps out from behind the legend, the question is no longer whether the Wild Hunt is real. The question becomes what sort of man chooses to lead it. Why does an army that can cross between worlds still need ordinary soldiers in ordinary ranks? That question sits beneath every glimpse of the Red Riders, because their reputation tempts you to imagine a force composed entirely of extraordinary beings. The books resist that temptation. Eredin is exceptional because he commands, but the dear Gruadri beneath him are still a body of warriors whose power comes partly from discipline, numbers, and obedience. The Wild Hunt is frightening precisely because the miraculous and the mundane are fused together. Portals can place an army where no road reaches, but once that army arrives, someone still has to carry a weapon. In The Lady of the Lake, the NL are not presented as primitive raiders stumbling through magic they barely understand. They possess their own society, their own hierarchy, and a deep history of movement between worlds. While the Red Riders serve within that larger structure rather than existing apart from it, their raids are tied to conquest and abduction, not to random haunting. Humans seized from other worlds can be reduced to servitude, and the military force that makes such seizures possible does not require every individual rider to be important enough for history to record his name. That anonymity creates scale. The Wild Hunt is larger than Eridan because Eridan has people behind him. This is the first place where the legend becomes strategically useful rather than merely atmospheric. A victim who believes he has seen the dead does not ask which squad attacked him, how many riders crossed the breach, or which officer gave the order. He remembers impossible armor, unnatural speed, and the certainty that something from beyond the world had found him. That memory protects the Red Riders by replacing military detail with terror. The less accurately the survivors describe the encounter, the harder it becomes for anyone else to prepare. Fear becomes a kind of camouflage. The games make this visible with far less ambiguity. In The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt, Geralt repeatedly encounters rank-and-file warriors who are not treated as legendary individuals at all. They fight in ruins, on battlefields, around portals, and during the hunt's assaults, wearing the same harsh visual language that makes them resemble revenants to anyone who does not know what they are. Their armor hides the person inside it and turns identity into uniform. The effect is deliberate within the game's visual logic. You remember the silhouette before you remember the elf. That is exactly how an institution becomes more memorable than the people serving it. The Hounds of the Wild Hunt reinforce that transformation. In the games, these creatures appear beside the riders during incursions and emerge through the same cold, ruptured spaces that mark the hunt's arrival. Their bodies seem half beast and half frozen apparition, and they attack with the same sense of unnatural intrusion that surrounds their masters. To Geralt, they are enemies that can be studied, dodged, struck, and killed. To an ordinary witness, they make the distinction between army and nightmare almost impossible to maintain. The hunt arrives with its own bestiary. Notice, though, that the Red Riders are never made less dependent by all this spectacle. They still function through command. They still rely on navigators. They still need warriors to hold ground, protect objectives, pursue targets, and kill anyone who interferes. That dependence matters because it reveals that the Wild Hunt is not an elemental force like a storm. It has logistics, hierarchy, and failure points. The myth says inevitability. The structure says organization. There is a historical cruelty in that distinction. People often survive armies by studying them, learning their habits, counting their numbers, and finding the moment when fear can be replaced by knowledge. The Wild Hunt denies most of its victims that chance because its method of appearing and vanishing makes observation difficult. A village cannot send scouts into another sphere. A northern king cannot easily trace supply routes that do not run through his kingdom. The riders, therefore, retain one of the greatest advantages any raiding force can possess: uncertainty about where they truly come from and when they can return. This is why the ordinary riders matter, even though canon leaves most of them unnamed. They are the proof that Eridan's power is not personal sorcery stretched across an army-sized illusion. He commands actual people willing to follow orders across worlds. Their silence in the narrative does not make them unreal. It makes them institutional. You can remove one rider and the hunt remains. Remove the system that produces, directs, and transports them, and the legend begins to crack. The books also complicate the word monster here in a way that is easy to miss. Witchers are trained to distinguish between creatures because survival depends on knowing what stands in front of them, and Geralt's entire profession rests on refusing crude categories when the facts demand something more precise. The Wild Hunt exploits the opposite instinct. It benefits when humans stop distinguishing between elf, apparition, omen, and demon. Confusion keeps the riders powerful. Knowledge, as usual in Geralt's world, is dangerous to whatever depends upon fear. In the games, Geralt's encounters with the hunt gradually strip that confusion away. He learns patterns, remembers faces, identifies officers, and reconnects fragments of his own past with the riders. The supernatural image does not vanish, but it stops being sufficient. Once a name like Imlerith or Caranthir exists, the hunt is no longer only a shape in the sky. Once Geralt remembers Eredin, command becomes personal. The anonymous force begins to resolve into a chain of responsibility. That chain is what separates the Red Riders from the folk image built around them. A ghost story has no quartermaster, no second in command, no political patron, and no rival within its own hierarchy. An army does. The moment you begin asking who sends whom, who obeys whom, and who can withdraw support, the Wild Hunt stops being untouchable. Its horror becomes more concrete because responsibility can finally be assigned. And that leads directly to the man at the top of the column in Sapkowski's books. Eredin Brayak Gloss is not frightening because he is unknowable. He is frightening because he becomes knowable without becoming harmless. Ciri meets a commander with intelligence, ambition, discipline, and access to power inside the court of Oberon Murshatash. The mask comes off, and behind it is not a corpse at all. It is a general who knows exactly what the Red Riders are for. Why does Eredin Brayak Gloss feel more dangerous once the books stop presenting him as a legend and allow Ciri to stand in the same room with him? In The Lady of the Lake, Eredin is not yet the crowned king that players later meet in The Witcher 3. He is a general of the NL and commander of the Red Riders, serving under Oberon Murshatash in the world where Ciri is held. The setting matters because Tir Nalia strips away the mythology that clings to him on the continent. There are no frightened villagers looking upward now, only Ciri, watching the machinery of power from inside it. Eredin's place in that machinery is military, but his ambitions are bound tightly to a much larger problem facing the NL. Ciri carries the elder blood through the line of Lara Dorn, and her ability to move through time and space makes her extraordinarily valuable to people who have lost the freedom of movement their ancestors once possessed. The NL want access to that power again, not merely for curiosity, but for control over passage between worlds. Ciri is therefore treated less as a guest than as the possible answer to a dynastic and political problem. The plan surrounding her is not Eredin's invention alone, but he serves a system that has already decided what her blood is worth. That system is centered on Oberon Murshatash, king of the NL. In The Lady of the Lake, Ciri is expected to conceive a child with Oberon so that the elder blood can be drawn back into the NLA line and used for their own ends. Avalok explains much of the reasoning behind this design, but Eredin stands close enough to the throne to understand exactly what is being attempted. The language around destiny and bloodline can sound elevated, almost sacred, yet the practical reality is much colder. Ciri's consent matters far less to them than the inheritance she carries. Here is where Eridan's character begins to sharpen. He is not portrayed as a frothing fanatic who cannot understand what Ciri wants. He understands perfectly well that she wants to leave. He also understands that allowing her to leave threatens the plan built around her, and that makes her freedom a problem to be managed rather than a right to be respected. The distinction is small in wording and enormous in meaning. Eridan's brutality begins with the conviction that purpose can outrank personhood. His relationship with Oberon reveals another layer. The king is ancient, remote, and increasingly unable to fulfill the role the NL plan demands of him, particularly in relation to Ciri. Eridan supplies Oberon with a substance intended to help him, and Oberon later dies after taking it. The book leaves room around Eridan's precise intention, which is important because the later games simplify and harden this moment into a clearer political crime. In the novel, suspicion clings to Eridan without reducing the scene to a straightforward confession. Ciri herself senses the danger around him before she possesses every answer. Their encounters carry an undercurrent of threat precisely because Eridan rarely needs to shout. He knows that Ciri is isolated in a foreign world surrounded by people whose goals depend on keeping her there. She has Kelpie, her own stubbornness, and the growing awareness that the NL cannot be trusted with her future, but she has no human kingdom or Witcher fortress to retreat to. Eridan's confidence feeds on that imbalance. He behaves like a man accustomed to commanding people who have fewer choices than he does. This is also why his role as commander matters more than the armor he wears. The Red Riders are the physical extension of decisions made elsewhere, and Eridan sits exactly at the point where those decisions become action. If the NL court decides that another world must be entered, someone must lead the riders who cross into it. If captives are to be taken, someone must command the force that takes them. Eridan is therefore not merely one frightening elf among many. He is the hinge between policy and violence. The irony is that he operates within a civilization that considers itself refined, ancient, and superior to the humans it exploits. Tir Nalia is not a barbarian encampment. The ANL possess beauty, learning, magic, and a long memory, yet none of those qualities prevent them from reducing outsiders to instruments. Sapkowski repeatedly distrusts the idea that civilization automatically produces moral restraint. Eridan embodies that distrust in military form. His treatment of Ciri makes the point clearer than any speech could. She is not valuable because she is Ciri of Cintra, Geralt's child by destiny, Yennefer's beloved pupil, or a young woman who has survived war, captivity, and loss. She is valuable because of what runs in her blood. Eridan looks at the same person the reader has followed across the saga and sees access, inheritance, and strategic possibility. That difference in vision is central to why his presence feels so cold, and yet Eridan is not the only NL figure involved in this design. Avalach understands the elder blood more deeply, Oberon holds the throne, and the wider NL elite accepts assumptions about humans that make Ciri's captivity possible. Eridan's importance lies in how willingly he serves the practical side of that worldview. He does not need to invent the ideology. if he is prepared to enforce it. Many dangerous systems survive precisely because the person carrying out the order did not write the law. Siri eventually escapes that structure through a combination of courage, opportunity, Kelpie's speed, and the intervention of the unicorns, whose hostility toward the NL is rooted in older conflicts over the movement between worlds. Her escape is more than a physical flight from Tir Nalia. It proves that the NL cannot simply fold her into their plans because they have decided she belongs there. Eridan can command riders, but he cannot command Siri's will. That failure will haunt every later version of the Hunt's pursuit. In the books, Eridan remains a general whose ambitions and loyalties are dangerous enough without the need for a crown. In the games, CD Projekt Red takes the unresolved menace around him and develops it into something much larger, turning the commander into the ruler of the Wild Hunt itself. That is a separate continuation, and the distinction matters because the game version gives explicit answers where Sapkowski often preferred ambiguity. Once Eridan becomes king, the structure around him changes, and so does the scale of what he is willing to risk. The general who once guarded a dynastic plan becomes the man who intends to reshape the fate of worlds. What changes when a general stops serving a throne and becomes the throne himself? In the books, Eridan Break Glass commands the Red Riders under Oberon Mursetach, and his menace remains tied to a larger NL court whose plans predate him. In the games, CD Projekt Red takes that foundation and pushes it forward into a different continuity, one set after Sapkowski's saga. There, Eridan becomes king of the NL and the ruler most closely identified with the Wild Hunt itself. The change is not cosmetic. It turns a commander who once carried out a system's will into the man who can define that will. In The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt, Eridan's pursuit of Ciri drives the central conflict. He is no longer merely one dangerous figure among several NL nobles maneuvering around her elder blood. He commands the Hunt as its sovereign and directs the search for Ciri across worlds. The scale of the chase is greater than anything the frightened villagers of the continent could ever have imagined from the old spectral legend. What once passed overhead as an omen now has a strategic objective with a name. That objective remains Ciri because her elder blood gives her a capacity the Hunt desperately wants. In the games, she can move across time and space in a way that exceeds the normal reach of the NL navigators. The Hunt itself can cross between worlds, but not with unlimited ease or freedom. And this limitation makes Ciri uniquely valuable. Eridan does not chase her because of prophecy alone, nor because she is a symbolic heir to Sintra. He chases her because she represents mobility on a scale his own power cannot reliably provide. The games add another pressure that changes the moral temperature of Eridan's ambition. The White Frost. In The Witcher 3, this cosmic threat hangs over worlds and gives the NL another reason to seek escape, movement, and control over dimensional passage. Eridan's people are not acting from simple boredom or hunger for spectacle. They face a danger they believe could consume them. That fact matters because it gives his campaign a logic beyond personal greed. It does not absolve him, but it makes the machinery more believable. Here's the difficult question the game places in front of you. If Eridan believes Ciri's power could help preserve his people, where exactly does survival end and entitlement begin? The answer lies in what he refuses to recognize. Ciri is never treated as a partner whose consent might matter, only as a resource too important to remain outside his control. The urgency of the white frost does not change that. Catastrophe becomes his justification for claiming ownership over another person's future. This is one of the game continuity's strongest moral turns. The larger the threat facing the NL becomes, the easier it would be to portray Aridin as tragic necessity, a ruler committing terrible acts because there is no other road. But the Witcher has always distrusted that kind of certainty. Geralt's world is full of people who insist that circumstance has erased choice, even as their actions reveal the choice remains. Aridin may be desperate, but desperation does not transform coercion into duty. His kingship also changes the internal shape of the hunt. Under a king, Imlerith, Caranthair, and the other officers become more than fellow riders. They become extensions of Aridin's authority. Orders flow downward from a single political center. Raiding, pursuit, battlefield action, and interworld travel are no longer separate expressions of ANL policy, but pieces of one concentrated campaign. Aridin's crown binds the military and political identities of the hunt together. That makes him more powerful than his book counterpart and more exposed. Power concentrated in one figure creates a weakness that legends usually hide. If the hunt is only a supernatural procession, there's no obvious head to cut from it. If it is an army ruled by a king, then strategy can eventually become assassination, battle, and succession. Geralt does not need to defeat the idea of winter or the concept of death. He needs to reach Aridin. The Battle of Kaer Morhen makes that possibility feel almost impossible at first. In the games, the hunt assaults the Witcher's fortress while pursuing Ciri, bringing overwhelming force into one of the most emotionally charged places in Geralt's life. Kaer Morhen is not just another military objective. It is the surviving home of the School of the Wolf, and the place associated with Vesemir, Lambert, Eskel, and Geralt's own formation as a Witcher. Aridin's campaign therefore crosses from abstraction into intimacy. The hunt is no longer threatening kingdoms or bloodlines from a distance. It has entered Geralt's home. The assault also reveals the specialization beneath Aridin's rule. Imlerith provides raw battlefield brutality. Caranthair provides extraordinary magical mobility, and the rank-and-file riders provide the mass required to sustain the attack. Ciri becomes the objective around which those functions converge. This is where the wild hunt finally resembles the machine, its legend, always concealed. Aridin does not need to perform every task himself because the structure beneath him has been built to divide power into roles. Yet the same division creates the path to defeating him. Geralt and his allies do not overcome the entire hunt in one impossible confrontation. They begin to remove its supports one by one, targeting officers, disrupting plans, and forcing Aridin toward a final battle where his aura of untouchable distance can no longer protect him. The campaign against the hunt becomes less like fighting a curse and more like dismantling command. Every name that once strengthened Aridin eventually becomes a point of vulnerability. That process reaches its end around Skellige, where the final phase of the conflict draws the hunt into direct confrontation. In the quest on thin ice, Geralt boards the Naglfar, the great vessel associated with Aridin's forces, and fights the king himself. The battle strips away almost everything the legend once supplied. No distant sky, no anonymous procession, no frightened witness unable to understand what he is seeing. There are two combatants: steel, magic, exhaustion, and the knowledge that one of them will not leave. Geralt kills Aradin there, bringing the game's version of his rule to an end. And still, Aradin's defeat does not erase the deeper problem that created the hunt. Killing a king can stop a campaign, but it does not explain why an entire civilization was willing to reduce Ciri to a means of escape in the first place. That question points beyond Aradin toward the people who made his rule possible, and the officers who translated it into violence. The first of those officers is a warrior who needs no prophecy, no dynastic theory, and very little subtlety. His name is Imlerith, and where Aradin represents command, Imlerith represents the moment command becomes a blow. Why does Aradin need a warrior like Imlerith when the Wild Hunt already commands portals, sorcery, and the terrifying advantage of appearing where no ordinary army should be able to stand? In the games, Imlerith answers that question with almost brutal simplicity. He is one of Aradin's most trusted commanders, a veteran of the Wild Hunt whose function is not to interpret prophecy or calculate bloodlines, but to break resistance once the hunt arrives. Where Aradin embodies direction, Imlerith embodies force. He is the part of the machine that makes sure a strategic decision survives contact with living bodies. Imlerith belongs entirely to CD Projekt Red's game continuity. He is not a named member of the Hunt in Sapkowski's novels. The Witcher 3 presents him as Aradin's formidable general and one of the Hunt's most dangerous battlefield officers. He towers over most human opponents in heavy armor and fights with the confidence of someone who has survived more campaigns than the game ever fully catalogs. His physical presence matters because it strips away any temptation to think the Hunt wins only through magical surprise. Once the portal closes, Imlerith is still there. The games also tie him to Geralt's forgotten past with the Wild Hunt. Through the memories recovered across The Witcher 2 and carried into The Witcher 3, Geralt learns that his history with Aradin's riders began before the player first understood its scope. Imlerith is part of that remembered circle, one of the figures associated with the period when Geralt himself rode with the Hunt after bargaining for Yennefer's freedom. That connection gives their later hostility an older weight. They are not strangers meeting at the end of separate roads. Yet Imlerith's most important role is revealed at Kaer Morhen. During the Hunt's attack on the fortress in The Witcher 3, he is among the commanders driving the assault against Geralt, Yennefer, Ciri, Vesemir, Eskel, Lambert, Triss, and the other allies gathered to defend her. The Hunt uses portals, overwhelming numbers, and carefully coordinated pressure to isolate Ciri from those protecting her. The battle turns Kaer Morhen from sanctuary into siege ground. In that environment, Imlerith becomes exactly what Aradin needs him to be: the officer who can turn pursuit into slaughter. The moment that defines him comes through Vesemir. When the old Witcher tries to protect Ciri during the battle, Imlerith seizes him and kills him before her eyes. Vesemir fights back even in that final moment, but age, strength, and circumstance leave him trapped against an opponent built for overwhelming violence. His death is one of the most consequential losses in the game, not merely because Vesemir is beloved, but because he represents the oldest surviving link to Kaer Morhen's Witcher past. Imlerith does not need to know any of that for the blow to matter. Violence often destroys meaning without understanding it. Ciri's reaction transforms the battlefield. Grief and fury tear through her control, releasing a burst of elder blood power, powerful enough to force the hunt back and end the immediate assault. Imlerith therefore participates in one of the game's sharpest reversals. By killing Vesemir, he helps trigger the very force his side has spent so long trying to possess. The hunt wants Ciri's power directed, contained, and useful. Instead, Imlerith produces the opposite. For a moment, the weapon they seek becomes something no one commands. Here's the cruel irony around him. Imlerith is extraordinarily effective at the exact kind of problem he understands, but the hunt's greatest problem cannot be solved by strength. He can crush defenders, command warriors, and kill one of the most experienced witchers alive, yet none of those abilities can make Ciri submit. His brutality creates obedience only where fear is enough. Against someone whose entire life has taught her to flee cages, violence hardens resistance instead. Geralt eventually seeks Imlerith out at Bald Mountain during the Sabbath held there after the Battle of Kaer Morhen. The location already carries its own ancient unease in the games, with the crones of Crookback Bog bound into the night's events below, while Imlerith waits higher on the mountain amid revelry. Geralt's journey toward him is not presented as a formal military operation. It is personal, quiet, and focused. Vesemir's death has reduced a war between worlds to the distance between Geralt and one man. Their fight shows Imlerith at his most dangerous. He combines massive physical attacks with the hunt's teleportation magic, closing distance suddenly, and forcing Geralt to read movement rather than rely on strength. His shield and mace make the first phase of the duel punishing, while his ability to shift position keeps the battlefield unstable. Geralt survives by doing what witchers are trained to do: observe, adapt, exploit the opening, and refuse to fight according to the monster's preferred rhythm. Imlerith has more raw power. Geralt needs only enough precision to make that advantage fail. When the duel turns, the violence becomes intimate. Geralt eventually defeats Imlerith and kills him with the same directness that has defined their encounter. There is no tribunal waiting, no diplomatic negotiation, and no illusion that this death will undo what happened at Kaer Morhen. Vesemir remains dead. The victory matters because one of Eredin's most dependable instruments has been removed, not because grief has been repaired. That distinction is important to how Imlerith fits inside the Wild Hunt. He is not presented as a visionary, and the games give him little interest in the ideological language surrounding the Elder Blood. His value lies in execution. An empire can have kings who speak of destiny and sages who speak of necessity, but none of those ideas cross a battlefield until someone is willing to enforce them with a weapon. Imlerith is enforcement given a name. There is a historical pattern hidden inside his simplicity. Systems of conquest often preserve the grand speeches of rulers while leaving the actual mechanics of violence to men whose reputations are built on reliability rather than imagination. Imlerith does not need to believe every justification Eredin could offer him. He needs to carry the campaign forward. That makes him less philosophically interesting than Eredin, and in a practical sense, just as necessary. But the Wild Hunt cannot function on force alone, and Imlerith's limitations make that obvious. He can seize a fortress once the hunt reaches it, yet he cannot open the road between worlds by himself. He can kill a witcher standing in front of him, but he cannot solve the distance separating Eridan from Ciri when she escapes across space and time. For that, the hunt relies on someone very different, an elf shaped around navigation, magical precision, and controlled passage where Imlerith offered only impact. His name is Caranthir Arfaniel. What happens when the wild hunt needs more than a warrior, more than a commander, more even than fear itself? In the games, the answer is Caranthir Arfaniel, one of Eridan's most valuable officers, and the navigator who makes much of the hunt's impossible mobility possible. He is not drawn from Sapkowski's novels as a named writer. He belongs to CD Projekt Red's continuation. Where Imlerith solves resistance through strength, Caranthir solves distance through magic. Without someone like him, the hunt is still dangerous, but far less free. The Witcher 3 presents Caranthir as the Golden Child, an elf whose magical ability sets him apart even among the Ain El. His role is not merely ceremonial. He guides crossings between worlds, opens and manipulates portals, and uses the same cold, spatial magic that gives the hunt its unmistakable presence during incursions. That makes him one of the most structurally important figures in Eridan's force. A general can order pursuit, but Caranthir helps make pursuit physically possible. Game lore connects his extraordinary talent to Avalok, who deliberately sought to cultivate unusually gifted elven bloodlines capable of producing powerful navigators. Caranthir is therefore not simply a naturally talented mage who happened to join the hunt. His abilities are tied to a long NL preoccupation with inheritance, controlled breeding, and the recovery of power over travel between worlds. That history gives his title, the Golden Child, an uncomfortable edge. He is praised for what he can do because, from the beginning, usefulness is part of how his worth has been measured. This creates one of the sharpest ironies in the hunt's entire hierarchy. Eridan pursues Ciri because her elder blood represents an ability his navigators cannot fully replicate. Yet one of his own greatest officers is already the product of a system that treated bloodline as strategy. Caranthir stands on the opposite side of the chase, but the logic that shaped his life resembles the logic being imposed upon Ciri. Both are valued for what their inherited potential can unlock. The difference is that Ciri refuses the role others have designed for her. That difference is easy to miss because Caranthir is given so little interior life in the games. He does not explain his childhood, his ambitions, or whether he ever resisted the expectations placed upon him. The silence leaves a space that interpretation can enter without inventing facts. Caranthir may be one of the hunt's most privileged officers, but privilege does not erase function. His entire identity in the campaign is bound to being the one who opens the way. His magic also exposes the limits of the wild hunt more clearly than any speech could. If Eridan could simply cross worlds at will with unlimited numbers, Caranthir would not matter so much. The hunt depends on specialized navigators because interworld travel is not effortless. Their appearances may seem sudden to humans, but sudden does not mean simple. The machinery behind the miracle requires expertise. In The Witcher 3, Caranthir repeatedly appears wherever the hunt needs precise, magical control rather than brute force. During the Battle of Kaer Morhen, his abilities help the hunt maintain pressure through portals and coordinate movement across the battlefield. The assault becomes difficult to contain because defenders are not dealing with an enemy advancing from one direction. The hunt can fold distance, appear behind lines, and break the normal logic of a siege. Caranthir turns geography into something negotiable. Yet that same gift reveals why Ciri is still so important. Her elder blood allows her to move through space and time with a freedom that does not depend on serving as a trained navigator inside Eridan's military structure. Caranthir can open roads for the hunt, but Ciri can become the road herself. That is the gap Eridan cannot ignore. The hunt possesses an extraordinary navigator and still pursues someone whose power exceeds the system built around navigation. There is something almost mechanical about Caranthir's presence in battle. He appears, shifts position, summons cold, breaks ordinary spacing, and disappears again before the enemy can settle into a pattern. His magic supports the hunt's image as something less than mortal because he removes the physical continuity that normally makes combat comprehensible. Geralt cannot always trust the ground in front of him to remain relevant. Distance becomes another weapon. The final confrontation with Caranthir comes during the climactic struggle around Skellige. Ciri reaches him first, and their encounter carries a strange symmetry because the hunt's greatest navigator is facing the person whose natural gift has made navigation itself strategically obsolete. She fights him directly and manages to break his staff, damaging the instrument through which much of his power is focused. The image is simple but loaded with meaning. The engineered navigator loses his symbol of control to the woman the hunt has failed to control. Geralt then takes over the fight. Caranthir continues to use powerful magic, teleportation, and cold against him, refusing to become an ordinary opponent even after Ciri has weakened him. The battlefield remains unstable, and Geralt must survive not only direct attacks, but the shifting spaces Caranthir creates around him. Eventually, Geralt defeats him, and Caranthir falls into the waters off Undvik. The hunt loses one of the figures most essential to its ability to move as it once did. His death is strategically more important than the spectacle of the duel suggests. Imlerith's loss removes force, Caranthir's loss removes reach. Eridan still has authority soldiers and a campaign, but every lost specialist narrows what that campaign can accomplish. The Wild Hunt begins to look less like an eternal nightmare and more like a system whose parts can fail. That is the danger of dependence hidden inside specialization. And yet Caranthir's story leaves a deeper question behind. If he was shaped from youth to become exactly what the NL needed, how much of the hunt's hierarchy is built from people who were turned into functions long before they chose anything for themselves? The games never answer that directly. They only place Caranthir beside Ciri and let the contrast speak. One accepts the role his civilization prepared for him. The other keeps running until every civilization trying to claim her is forced to reckon with refusal. The next writer shows the opposite extreme. He has no grand title like Golden Child, no famous command at Kaer Morhen, and almost no personal history at all. In the games, Nithral appears for a brief but revealing encounter, and precisely because so little is known about him, he exposes what the Wild Hunt looks like below the level of kings and legendary officers. For once, the question is not what makes a writer exceptional. It is what happens when a writer is completely replaceable. Why does Nithral matter when he appears so briefly beside names as large as Eredin, Imlerith, and Caranthir. In the games, Nithril is not a king, not a legendary navigator, and not the officer whose name becomes tied to Kaer Morhen. He is a warrior of the Wild Hunt, encountered during Geralt's search for Ciri in The Witcher 3. That modest place in the hierarchy is exactly what makes him useful to understand. Through Nithral, the Hunt stops being a collection of exceptional personalities and starts looking like an actual military order filled with men whose stories will never be told. Geralt meets him during the quest, wandering in the dark, while exploring ancient elven ruins with Kira Metz. The ruins have already become part of a wider trail connected to Ciri and Avalach, and the Hunt has been searching the same ground for information. Nithril remains behind as a barrier between Geralt and whatever the riders were trying to secure or erase. His role is practical rather than ceremonial. He is there to stop pursuit. The fight says more about his place in the Hunt than any biography could. Nithril uses the same spatial disruptions associated with his faction and calls hounds of the Wild Hunt into the encounter. He can withdraw behind a protective magical state while the hounds attack, forcing Geralt and Kira to divide their attention. The mechanics of the battle reveal a trained doctrine: stall, pressure, summon support, and deny the enemy a clean engagement. Nithril fights like part of a system. That is important because it changes how you read the famous commanders around him. Eredin does not personally need to guard every ruin. Caranthir does not need to stay behind at every failed search site. Imlerith does not need to crush every witcher who gets too close. Nithril exists because the Hunt has enough depth to delegate danger downward. Power becomes sustainable when someone else can be ordered to hold the door. There is also a quiet narrative cruelty in how little Nithril receives. The player is not told what world he was born in, what ambitions he had before joining the Red Riders, or whether he admired Eredin. No family waits in the story to hear that he died beneath old elven stone. The Hunt gives him a name, but almost nothing else. That absence mirrors the institution itself, where rank can preserve function while erasing personhood. The books establish this pattern long before the games give it individual faces. The Red Riders are first known as a collective force, and most of those who serve under Eredin remain anonymous. The games simply bring one of those anonymous figures close enough for Geralt to fight him. Nithril is therefore useful precisely because he feels ordinary by the standards of the Hunt. He is what an empire looks like when you move below the level of legend. Notice the structural difference between Nithril and Imlerith. Imlerith's death weakens the Hunt because he is exceptional, while Nithril's death matters because the organization assumes he can be replaced. Those are opposite forms of value. One man is dangerous because too much depends on him. The other is dangerous because almost nothing does. That replaceability is often what makes a military institution more resilient than the personalities leading it. A king may die and become a historical turning point, but soldiers continue marching until the chain of command collapses around them. Nithril represents that middle layer of obedience where strategy becomes repetition. Search this ruin, close this route, kill whoever follows. The order matters more than the name carrying it out. His encounter with Geralt also reinforces how knowledge dismantles the Hunt's terror. Kira and Geralt do not face Nithrol as terrified peasants staring at the sky. They study what he does, kill the hounds he summons, wait for openings in his defense, and attack when his magic no longer shields him. The spectral presentation remains, but the mystery has thinned. Once the hunt's methods can be observed, they can be answered. That does not make the fight easy. Wild hunt warriors remain physically formidable, and Nithrol is capable of punishing mistakes with heavy blows and magical support. But the encounter is finite. He can be exhausted, interrupted, outmaneuvered, and killed. The difference between folklore and combat becomes painfully clear. What looks immortal from a distant farmhouse window can bleed in a ruin. Nithrol therefore gives the hunt something the larger figures cannot. He shows what membership looks like without prestige. There is no crown to justify him, no special bloodline to explain him, and no tragic history that turns him into a singular case. He is simply an armed representative of Eredin's campaign. In that simplicity, the institution becomes more real. And once you see the hunt that way, another question becomes unavoidable. Who keeps such a force functioning when Eredin is away from Tir Nalia, chasing Ciri across worlds? Who governs, manages, supports, and decides whether the king still deserves men and resources? The answer is not another rider charging beneath a skeletal helm. In the games, that role belongs to Gales, a figure whose importance comes precisely from how rarely he needs to ride at all. Can someone belong to the machinery of the Wild Hunt without ever becoming one of the spectral riders seen above a terrified village? In the games, Gales answers that question by standing almost entirely outside the image that made the hunt famous. He is not introduced as a battlefield monster, and he is not one of the commanders Geralt must cut down in direct combat. Instead, Gales occupies the political space behind Eredin's campaign, remaining in the NL world while the king pursues Ciri. His importance comes from support, administration, and legitimacy. The hunt may ride through portals, but somebody still has to govern what it leaves behind. Gales belongs to CD Projekt, Red's continuation rather than Sapkowski's novels, and The Witcher 3 places him among the senior NL figures connected to Eredin's rule. While Eredin is away, Gales has authority in Tir Nalia and represents one of the political pillars keeping the king's position stable. He does not need the terrifying armor of Imlerith because his battlefield is court influence. He does not need Caranthir's gifts because the distances he manages are institutional rather than physical. His weapon is continued cooperation. That becomes crucial during the quest through time and space. Geralt travels with Avallac'h through a succession of strange worlds in order to reach the ANL realm and make contact with Gales. The journey itself reminds you how extraordinary your interworld travel still is, even this late in the story. Poisoned landscapes, alien skies, hostile environments, and portals that must be crossed carefully rather than casually. Geralt is not simply walking into another palace across town. He is entering the political rear of an enemy force operating from beyond his own world. Avallac'h's plan is not to assassinate Gales. Instead, he and Geralt intend to break Eredin's political support by changing what Gales believes about Oberon's death. This is a striking turn because the campaign against the Hunt suddenly leaves the language of monster hunting behind. Geralt is no longer tracking footprints, preparing oils or judging when to draw steel. He is helping to fracture an alliance. The most effective blow against the hunt at this moment is information. Gales has reason to care because Oberon Mercatach was not merely an old monarch, already fading into irrelevance. His death opened the path for Eridan's rise in the game continuity, and the question of whether that death was accidental or engineered carries enormous political weight. Havelock therefore seeks to show Gale's evidence through an Oniromancer, using Corinne Tilly to reveal what happened. The strategy depends on Gale's believing that Eridan deliberately caused Oberon's death. Once that belief takes hold, loyalty becomes much harder to sustain. This is where the games sharply define their own continuity. Sapkowski's Lady of the Lake leaves Eridan's exact intention around the substance given to Oberon more ambiguous. The games push the interpretation toward deliberate regicide and build Gales's political break with Eridan around that version. Keeping those layers separate matters because one is not simply a clarification of the other. CD Projekt Red is extending and resolving a question the book leaves less settled. Gales eventually withdraws support from Eridan. That decision matters because it deprives the king of reinforcements he expects during the final phase of the conflict. No sword stroke accompanies the choice, yet its effect reaches all the way to the battlefield. An army that appears supernatural still depends on men agreeing to send more men. Once that agreement fails, the illusion of endless strength begins to collapse. There is a political truth hidden inside Gales's role that makes him one of the most revealing figures around the Wild Hunt. Spectacle is always easier to notice than infrastructure. The rider charging through frost is memorable, while the official deciding whether fresh troops will be committed is almost invisible. Yet the invisible decision can matter more. Eridan's legend depends on people like Gales choosing to keep the machine fed. This is why calling Gales a member of the Wild Hunt requires care. He is not presented as a Red Rider in the same direct sense as Imlerith, Caranthir, or Nithral. He belongs to the Ain-El power structure that sustains Eridan and his military campaign. That distinction is more useful than forcing every important NL figure into the same category. The closer you look at the hunt, the more its borders become political rather than purely military. Gales also complicates the idea that Eridan rules through absolute obedience. His support can be withdrawn, his judgment can change. He can be persuaded that loyalty to the king no longer serves the interests he believes he is protecting. That means the hunt is not only vulnerable to Geralt's sword or Ciri's power, it is vulnerable to disagreement inside its own world. Notice how different this is from Imlerith. Imlerith's value lies in carrying out Eridan's will without hesitation, while Gale's matters because he possesses enough autonomy to stop carrying it out. One strengthens the system through obedience, the other exposes the system's dependence on consent among elites. This is not moral heroism on Gales's part, and the game does not need to pretend it is. It is politics, and politics can dismantle what brute force alone cannot reach. His role, therefore, shifts our understanding of the hunt one step further. Eridan may appear to stand at the center, but no ruler commands in isolation. Navigators open roads, soldiers hold ground, generals enforce orders, and figures like Gales preserve the authority that makes all of those roles coherent. Remove enough of those connections and the king becomes increasingly alone. The Wild Hunt's supernatural image hides a very mortal dependency on loyalty. And once the idea of membership has stretched this far, the strangest case waits just beyond it. There is one figure who truly did ride with the Hunt in the games, yet never belonged to Eridan's cause and never became an L. He was neither conqueror nor loyal officer. He entered the Hunt because another life mattered more to him than his own freedom, and his name is Geralt of Rivia. How can Geralt of Rivia be counted among the Wild Hunt when everything that defines him stands against what Eridan represents? The answer belongs entirely to the game continuity, where CD Projekt Red extends Geralt's story beyond the ambiguous ending of Sapkowski's saga. In the books, Geralt and Yennefer's fate after Rivia is left mystical and unresolved, and the Wild Hunt never recruits Geralt as one of its riders. In the games, however, that uncertainty becomes the foundation for a new sequence of events involving Yennefer, Eridan, and Geralt's lost memory. What makes Geralt's brief place among the Hunt so important is that he enters it through sacrifice rather than loyalty. The chain begins after the events that the games place beyond the Lady of the Lake. Yennefer is captured by the Wild Hunt, and Geralt pursues the riders in an attempt to recover her. This history is revealed gradually rather than all at once, especially through recovered memories in The Witcher 2. Assassins of Kings. Geralt's amnesia in the first game leaves much of this past buried, so the player initially experiences the Hunt as a distant and threatening mystery. Only later does Geralt remember that the enemy haunting the edge of his story once knew him far more intimately. The crucial moment comes when Geralt offers himself to Eridan in exchange for Yennefer. In the game continuity, the exchange is accepted and Yennefer is released while Geralt is taken into the Hunt's company. This is not a conversion in belief and not a betrayal of the people he loves. Geralt does not suddenly accept an L supremacy or Eridan's goals. He gives up his freedom because he sees no other way to save Yennefer. That choice fits Geralt more closely than it first appears. Throughout Sapkowski's books, his claim to neutrality repeatedly collapses when someone he loves is in danger, and his actions reveal a moral core stronger than his rhetoric. He can talk like a man who refuses grand causes, yet he repeatedly chooses when choice becomes unavoidable. The games preserve that trait here. Geralt joins the Hunt, not because he believes in it, but because he places Yennefer's life above his own safety. This makes him fundamentally different from every rider discussed so far. Eridan commands because he believes in control. Imlerith enforces because violence is his function. Caranthir navigates because his gifts have been shaped into service. And Nithral represents the obedient rank beneath them. Geralt enters the same structure without accepting its purpose. He is physically inside the machine while remaining morally outside it. That contradiction is exactly why his presence there cannot last. The games never portray Geralt as becoming culturally or ideologically an L. He is still a Witcher of the School of the Wolf, trained at Kaer Morhen, shaped by Vesemir, and bound emotionally to Yennefer and Ciri. His swords, mutations, signs, and combat training do not make him part of the Wild Hunt in the same way blood, rank, or allegiance define its true officers. Eridan can possess his presence for a time, but not his identity. That distinction matters because coercion can control movement without controlling meaning. Ciri eventually intervenes and Geralt is separated from the Hunt before being found near Kaer Morhen with his memory shattered. The games use that loss of memory to explain the beginning of The Witcher in 2007, where Geralt returns to the Witchers without understanding the full path that brought him there. The Wild Hunt therefore sits hidden behind the earliest game, long before The Witcher 3 makes Eredin the central antagonist. Geralt's forgotten service is not a late invention inside the narrative logic of the trilogy. It becomes one of the threads retroactively binding the three games together. There is a psychological cruelty in that history. Geralt is forced into proximity with the very people who threaten the two women most central to his life, and then loses the memories that would explain what happened. His amnesia does more than remove information. It removes ownership of his own recent past. Eredin's hunt has already taken his freedom once, and the loss of memory leaves another kind of absence behind. Even after escape, part of Geralt remains inaccessible to himself. The Witcher 2 slowly repairs that absence. As Geralt's memories return, so does his understanding of Yennefer, Ciri, and the Wild Hunt. This recovery changes the stakes of everything that follows, because Eredin is no longer merely a distant king pursuing someone else. Geralt remembers having stood among his riders. He remembers the bargain. He remembers why the hunt has always been personal. Here is the deeper irony. The hunt briefly gains one of the finest fighters on the continent and still fails to transform him into what it needs. Geralt can be made to ride, but he cannot be made to belong. The same system that values people by function mistakes physical control for genuine possession. It assumes that if someone can be placed where the machine needs him, that is enough. Geralt proves otherwise. That failure foreshadows the larger problem Eredin faces with Ciri. Geralt is not the bearer of the elder blood, yet even he cannot be fully absorbed into the hunt's logic. He accepts captivity for love and escapes without carrying the institution's values with him. Ciri is even more resistant because her entire life has been shaped by people trying to decide what she is for. The hunt keeps making the same mistake with different people. It confuses usefulness with ownership. Geralt's temporary membership also forces the word member to become unstable. Does riding with the hunt make someone one of them? Or does membership require allegiance? The games answer through Geralt's later actions. He becomes one of the principal figures responsible for dismantling Eredin's campaign and killing the king himself. A true convert does not spend the rest of his story destroying the institution that claimed him. That leaves another set of figures who are frequently grouped with the hunt, even though they do not properly fit the same category. Oberon Mirshatash stands above the Red Riders as king of the NL, while Avallac'h operates beside the Elder Blood Project as sage, planner, and later in the games, Ciri's uneasy protector. Neither is simply another masked rider behind Eredin. Yet both help explain why the hunt exists in the form it does, and why responsibility can extend far beyond the men carrying weapons. Why do Oberon Mirchatak and Avallac'h feel so central to the Wild Hunt when neither belongs among its ordinary riders? The answer is that armies do not create their own purposes. In Sapkowski's books, Oberon is king of the NL, while Avallac'h is an NL sage whose knowledge of the Elder Blood places him close to the design surrounding Ciri. Eredin commands the Red Riders, but he does so inside a civilization whose rulers and learned elites have already decided that Ciri's lineage can be used. The hunt is therefore only the visible edge of a larger project. Oberon's role in the Lady of the Lake makes this especially clear. He is not a battlefield commander and is not presented as a spectral rider descending on human settlements. He sits at the top of NL society as king, and Ciri is brought into his world because her bloodline may restore something his people have lost. The plan requires her to conceive a child with him, binding dynastic reproduction directly to interworld power. That alone places Oberon outside the Hunt's ranks, while still making him central to the reason the Hunt pursues her at all. The books are careful not to reduce Oberon to a simple caricature. He is ancient, aloof, physically diminished, and deeply embedded in the assumptions of his own people. His interactions with Ciri are shaped less by personal hatred than by the expectation that her role has already been decided. That does not make the arrangement less coercive. It makes it colder, because the pressure comes from custom and policy rather than rage. Avallac'h is more complicated still. In the books, he knows the history of Lara Dorren, understands Ciri's elder blood, and acts as one of the principal interpreters of what her lineage means to the ANL. His knowledge is immense, but it is not neutral. He helps explain and sustain a plan in which Ciri's future is treated as a solution to someone else's problem. The sage does not need to carry a sword to shape the violence that follows from his ideas. This is where responsibility becomes harder to assign neatly. Eredin leads the riders who pursue and confine. Oberon provides the royal endpoint of the breeding plan. Avallac'h supplies knowledge, continuity, and justification. None of these roles is interchangeable, yet together they create the conditions in which the Hunt becomes useful. The institution is strongest when no single person appears to own the whole design. The games complicate Avallac'h's position by moving him into a sharply different role after the books. In CD Projekt Red's continuation, he becomes Ciri's protector and works against Eredin, helping Geralt locate her and understand the Hunt's plans. That shift should not be merged backward into Sapkowski's novels. The book version is bound deeply into NL designs around Ciri, while the game version becomes one of the principal figures trying to prevent Eredin from controlling her. Even in the games, however, Avallac'h remains morally difficult. His long fascination with the Elder Blood does not disappear simply because his immediate goals now align with Ciri's survival. He continues to think in terms of bloodlines, inherited power, and large historical designs. That makes his alliance with Geralt uneasy rather than pure. The player is never asked to forget how close his worldview can come to treating individuals as carriers of something larger than themselves. Game lore also ties Avallac'h to Caranthir's development as an exceptional navigator. That connection reinforces how long the NL have tried to solve the problem of movement through controlled inheritance and magical specialization. Caranthir becomes one answer, but not enough of an answer. Ciri remains the greater possibility. The Hunt's pursuit therefore grows out of a civilization that has been trying to manufacture access to power long before Eredin's final campaign begins. Oberon and Avallac'h reveal a structural truth that the writers alone cannot show. The men in armor are not the origin of the system. They are what the system looks like once theory becomes enforcement. A ruler can approve the goal, a sage can define the method, and a general can make sure resistance has consequences. The Wild Hunt becomes frightening because these layers reinforce one another. There is also a moral distinction between creating a plan and carrying it out, but it is not the same as innocence. Avallac'h does not need to personally drag Ciri across a floor for his involvement in the design to matter. Oberon does not need to command a raid for his throne to sit at the center of the intended outcome. Responsibility spreads through hierarchy in different forms. The absence of armor does not erase participation. That is why both figures are often remembered as if they belong directly to the hunt. Their influence is so close to its purpose that separating them feels artificial unless the categories are carefully defined. Yet the distinction is valuable. Eredin is commander of the Red Riders in the books. Oberon is their king. Avallac'h is a sage whose plans intersect with the same objective. Different roles reveal different kinds of power, and once those distinctions are clear, the Netflix adaptation becomes easier to examine without confusion. It takes several of these names, especially Eredin, and rebuilds the Wild Hunt around a separate history with different origins and supernatural associations. That version cannot be used to explain the books or games, but it reveals how flexible the image of the hunt has become across adaptations. The next question, then, is not who the riders are in Sapkowski's world, but what happens when another continuity decides to make the legend itself more literal. Why does the Netflix adaptation make the Wild Hunt feel more supernatural again after Sapkowski's book spent so much time revealing the political and elven reality beneath the legend? In the Netflix adaptation, the answer is built into the way the hunt is reimagined as a separate continuity rather than a direct extension of either the novels or CD Projekt Red's games. The riders are still associated with Eredin, but their origins, membership, and visual mythology are altered substantially. This version leans harder into the image ordinary people on the continent always feared. Riders who seem less like an army crossing borders and more like something born from another plane of existence. The effect is not a correction of Sapkowski's lore. It is a deliberate return toward myth. Season 2 gives one of the clearest examples through Voleth Mir, the Deathless Mother. She is a show-only figure with no equivalent role in the books or games, and her story should remain isolated within the Netflix continuity. After manipulating Yennefer, Fringilla, Francesca, and eventually possessing Ciri, Voleth Mir is expelled from Ciri and returns to another sphere. There, she is shown joining the spectral riders of the Wild Hunt. The implication is direct. In this adaptation, she is tied to the hunt in a way no book source ever establishes. That choice changes the conceptual boundaries of membership. In Sapkowski, the Red Riders are an NL force with a clear ethnic, political, and military identity. In the Netflix adaptation, the hunt becomes broad enough to absorb a being like Voleth Mir, whose nature is not framed as simply another NL soldier. The group, therefore, feels less like a specialized cavalry force and more like a supernatural host. Membership becomes mystical before it becomes institutional. The series reinforces that impression visually. The riders appear skeletal, spectral, and distant, more like figures glimpsed through nightmare than soldiers whose logistics can be traced. Their armor and silhouettes preserve the recognizable iconography audiences associate with the Wild Hunt, but the narrative gives less emphasis to the practical machinery behind their raids. You are meant to feel their arrival before you understand it. That puts the viewer closer to the frightened peasants of Sapkowski's world than to Ciri standing inside Tir Nalia. The Netflix prequel Blood Origin goes further by inventing a new early history for Eredin. In that adaptation, Eredin begins as a military commander in the elven world, before the conjunction, long before the version of events known from either the novels or the games. He is caught up in political conflict, court power, and the catastrophes surrounding Baelor's use of monoliths and the opening of passages between worlds. When the conjunction reshapes reality, Eredin and a group of soldiers become stranded in another sphere. This is show-only material and should not be imported into Sapkowski's chronology. That stranded Eredin is then shown discovering a skeletal helm, a visual bridge toward the wild hunt identity he will eventually carry. The moment is symbolic rather than an adaptation of a book scene. It gives the hunt an origin image, almost like watching a legend choose its mask. In the books, the mask is something human witnesses construct around the riders. In Blood Origin, the adaptation moves closer to making the mask part of the rider's own transformation. Here is the structural difference that matters most. Sapkowski begins with folklore and gradually explains the material reality beneath it, while Netflix often begins with the supernatural image and builds origin mythology around that image. One approach demystifies, the other remythologizes. Neither should be used to fill gaps in the other because they are solving different narrative problems. The Netflix adaptation also presents the hunt as a smaller and more visually distinct group in certain scenes, including the 7 riders glimpsed together. That image has encouraged viewers to ask whether each rider has an individual identity comparable to Eredin, Imlerith, or Caranthir in the games. On screen, however, most of those riders remain unnamed and undefined. Their individuality exists more strongly in production design than in narrative biography. The adaptation wants the formation to be memorable before it wants every helmet to become a character. This is where weapon design becomes unusually important. Netflix has shown distinct visual identities among the riders through armor and animal-themed weapon motifs, creating the impression of a brotherhood whose members can be visually separated, even when the story has not fully named them. That differs sharply from the anonymous mass of the Red Riders in the books. The production design supplies personality where the script remains silent. It is a cinematic solution to a problem Sapkowski never needed to solve on the page. Voleth Mir complicates that brotherhood even further because she does not arrive through the same military pathway as Eredin's soldiers. Her connection to the hunt suggests that this adaptation is comfortable making the group a meeting point for entities shaped by exile, other spheres, and supernatural displacement. The old definition of NL cavalry no longer fits cleanly. The show is building something broader. That is why treating her as evidence about book canon would immediately distort the source hierarchy. There is an adaptational irony here. The more Netflix tries to explain where its wild hunt came from, the more mysterious the group can feel, because the explanation is built from magical exile, dimensional catastrophe, monstrous identity, and visual transformation. Sapkowski's explanation makes the hunt frightening because it is political. Netflix often makes it frightening because it feels metaphysical. The same name therefore carries 2 different kinds of dread. That difference becomes especially important around Aridin. In the books, his power is tied to command, court hierarchy, and the Red Riders function inside NL society. In the games, that role expands into kingship, strategic pursuit, and the White Frost. In the Netflix adaptation, his story is rewritten from much earlier, giving him a new personal history connected to blood origins pre-conjunction elven world. The name survives across continuities, but the man behind it changes. And that leaves one final figure who stands outside every version of membership, yet determines why the hunt matters at all. Ciri is never truly one of them in the books, games, or Netflix adaptation, even when the writers surround her story from different directions. They chase her because she carries what they lack, and every continuity finds its own way to make that pursuit central. The next question is therefore the most important one left. Why does the wild hunt with kings, riders, magic, and armies depend so completely on the one person who refuses to become part of it? Why does the wild hunt with kings, generals, navigators, soldiers, and the ability to cross between worlds spend so much of its story pursuing one young woman who never agrees to belong to it? The answer begins with Ciri's elder blood, but it does not end there. In Sapkowski's books, Cyrilla of Cintra carries the lineage of Lara Doran, and that bloodline is bound to extraordinary power over space and time. The ANL recognize in her something their own civilization cannot simply reproduce at will. Ciri is not another writer they hope to recruit. She is the possibility of breaking a limitation that even the wild hunt cannot fully overcome. In The Lady of the Lake, the NL attempt to keep Ciri in their world and direct her reproductive future toward their own ends. Oberon Muirsatosh is meant to father a child with her, while Avalok explains the importance of the elder blood and the potential bound up in her descendants. Aridin stands inside that same structure as commander of the Red Riders, and Ciri understands quickly that leaving will not be permitted merely because she wishes to go. The books therefore make the conflict more intimate than a military chase. Before the hunt pursues her through worlds, the NL first try to make her body itself part of their strategy. That is why Ciri's escape from Tir Nalia matters so much. She has Kelpie beneath her, the unicorns acting against NL domination, and her own refusal to accept the future designed for her. She does not defeat the entire civilization in battle. She simply reaches the point where their plans can no longer contain her. The act of leaving becomes a rejection of every title they have silently assigned to her: vessel, heir, key, solution. The unicorns are crucial to that escape because their conflict with the NL is tied to the same ancient struggle over movement between worlds. In the books, they oppose the elves' attempts to regain the kind of unrestricted interworld passage they once possessed. Ciri's abilities place her directly at the center of that conflict. She is important not only because she can travel, but because whoever controls that ability could alter the balance between peoples and spheres. Her flight, therefore, has consequences larger than her own survival, without ever ceasing to be about her right to choose. The games carry this pursuit forward in their separate post-book continuity. In The Witcher 3, Aridin and the Wild Hunt continue searching for Ciri across worlds because her power gives her a freedom their navigators do not possess. Caranthir can open passages and transport forces, but Ciri's elder blood allows something more instinctive and far-reaching. She moves through worlds without needing to become part of Eridan's hierarchy. That independence is exactly what makes her both valuable and intolerable to him. The contrast with Caranthir now becomes complete. In the games, he is the golden child, cultivated into the navigator the hunt needs, and his value is inseparable from the function he performs. Ciri carries an even greater gift, but she has spent much of her life resisting people who tell her what that gift obliges her to become. Nilfgaard wants her for dynastic reasons. The NL want her for the elder blood. Sorcerers see political and magical possibilities in her, and rulers repeatedly treat her lineage as a claim. The hunt is therefore not an isolated danger. It is the most extreme expression of a pattern Ciri has known since childhood. That pattern is why Eridan ultimately misunderstands her. He sees enormous strategic value and assumes enough pressure will eventually make that value available. Geralt sees the same power and still sees Ciri first. Yennefer sees the same lineage and loves the girl carrying it. The difference is not sentimental. It determines the entire direction of the story. Ciri's power repeatedly refuses containment in The Witcher 3. At Kaer Morhen, Vesemir's death triggers an uncontrolled eruption strong enough to force the hunt away. During the later confrontation with Caranthir, she fights the navigator directly and breaks his staff. By the final stage of the conflict, she is no longer simply the quarry being moved between safe places by others. She actively participates in dismantling the people sent to claim her. This growth matters because the hunt's pursuit begins from the assumption that Ciri is an object around which powerful men can make plans. By the end, she is one of the people determining which plans survive. Geralt can protect her, Avallac'h can guide her, and Eridan can hunt her, but none of them can replace her decisions. The games make that agency central to their resolution. The person everyone wants to use becomes the person whose choices decide the shape of the ending. There is a moral reversal hidden in that progression. The Wild Hunt appears larger than any single human life. Yet its greatest strategic obsession reveals how dependent it really is. Eridan has a crown, Imlerith has strength, Caranthir has navigation, Gales has political influence, and the Red Riders have numbers. None of those things solves the problem Ciri represents. The strongest institution in the story still lacks the one power it cannot take by force without destroying the freedom that makes it valuable. That is also why Ciri should never be called a member of the Wild Hunt. She is pursued by it, constrained by it, and in the games repeatedly forced into direct conflict with it, but she never belongs to Eridan's cause. Even when the hunt's future seems to depend on her, dependence is not membership. Need does not create ownership. The distinction is the final boundary the hunt never learns to respect. The same principle helps clarify Geralt's temporary place among the riders in the games. He physically rides with them for a time because he gives himself up for Yennefer. But his allegiance never transfers. Ciri goes even further. She refuses both physical capture and ideological absorption. Eridan can chase either of them across worlds and still fail to make them into what he needs. The hunt's greatest defeats begin long before its commanders die. At the moment the people it tries to turn into functions continue acting like people. By the end of The Witcher 3, the grand spectral image has been reduced piece by piece to its vulnerable parts. Imlerith dies at Bald Mountain. Caranthir falls. During the final battle, Gales withdraws crucial support, and Geralt kills Eredin near the Naglfar. Those events belong to the game continuity, but together they make explicit what the books first suggested beneath the legend. The hunt is powerful because its parts work together. Once those parts stop aligning, the apparition in the sky becomes an army that can lose. And so the frozen field from the beginning returns one last time. The dogs are still uneasy. Frost still gathers on the windows, and riders still pass beneath a pale moon like figures carved from bone and winter. But now if you were standing there with the villagers and looking upward, you would know that the shapes above are not death itself. They are soldiers, commanders, servants of a system, men carrying purposes given to them by others, and somewhere beyond their reach moves a young woman who refuses to let any kingdom, prophecy, bloodline, or hunt decide what she is for. If you strip away the bone-white armor, the portals, the frost, and the legends whispered beneath darkened roofs, the wild hunt becomes something more familiar than a host of ghosts. It becomes a story about what happens when people are valued chiefly for the function they can perform. Eredin is useful as a commander, Imlerith as force, Caranthir as passage, Gales as political support, and the unnamed riders as obedient weight behind the order. Even Geralt, for a brief time in the games, is treated as someone who can be placed inside that machinery because circumstance has made him available to it. The hunt is terrifying not because its members are unknowable, but because their roles are so clear. That same logic explains why Ciri can never truly fit among them. Nearly everyone who seeks her sees something different in the elder blood: a dynasty, a weapon, a road between worlds, a prophecy, a future that can be controlled if only the right hands close around it. Yet the deepest conflict of her story is that none of those descriptions fully contains the person herself. You can know the genealogy of Lara Dorn, understand the politics of Sintra, trace the designs of the Ain El, and still miss Ciri if you reduce her to inheritance. The wild hunt makes that error on the largest scale possible. There is a harsh symmetry here. The NL fear limitation, loss, and catastrophe, so they build systems meant to overcome those things, but in doing so, they begin treating lives as resources. Caranthir is shaped around usefulness, Ciri is pursued because of usefulness, and the Red Riders carry out a purpose that is larger than any individual face beneath a helm. Survival becomes the justification that makes every demand sound necessary. The Witcher has always been suspicious of necessity spoken with too much certainty. The moment someone claims there is no choice left is often the moment you should look most carefully at whose choice has been taken away. Geralt stands against that logic in a quieter way than any prophecy ever could. He is not important because he can command armies or cross worlds unaided, but because he keeps choosing people over systems that insist people are secondary. His bargain for Yennefer in the games is irrational if measured only by self-preservation, yet perfectly coherent if love is allowed to matter more than utility. His care for Ciri rests on the same foundation. He does not need her elder blood to justify protecting her, and that may be the real reason the Wild Hunt belongs so naturally in this world. The continent is filled with institutions that rename desire as destiny, violence as necessity, and ownership as duty. Kings do it, mages do it, empires do it, and ancient races are no more immune than humans. The hunt simply makes the pattern visible because it rides through the sky wearing the shape of death. Once the masks come off, you discover that the old fear was never entirely misplaced. So when you return in your mind to that frozen field, the image has changed. The villagers still see riders passing beneath the moon, and the dogs still whine at doors, barred against something no wall can truly stop. But you know now that the greater danger is not that ghosts might descend from the clouds. It is that living people can convince themselves another life has become a tool and call that conviction destiny. Above the frost, the riders pass on into the dark, while somewhere beyond them Siri keeps moving toward a future that belongs first to her.